All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are at Sunray Lanes for our August tournament. I'd like to thank the staff and management here at Sunray. Robbie Lawrence always does a great job hosting us every year, as does the rest of the staff. We'll take care of a little quick housekeeping, kind of letting everybody know where we're at. You can see the ticker at the bottom. Showing everybody after qualifying. So there was a re-oil after we finished qualifying, and the qualifying pinfall does carry forward into the match play portion. So those numbers at the bottom is where everybody stood, the top 18 at the end of qualifying. So you've got Brett Lloyd bowling his first CBA ever, coming in plus 101, so that's 1701. And going down the row, you got Thomas Cleveland, Tyler Kurkowski, Brady Stearns, Bryce Keykal, Nicholas Hogan, Jay Scadell, William Jones, Rob Clements, Dave Ullman, Will Matafee, Zach Andresen, Ron Kish, Ryan Kaufman, Matt Edwards, Jenna Williams bowling in her first CBA, making her first cut. Albert Atundu bowling in his second CBA and making his first cut. And then our former president, Chad Nelson, rounding out the top 18 that are going to be bowling right now during the match play portion. We did cash a 19th spot. That was Alex Mueller at minus 71. So 19 places cashed today. We ended up with 59 entries. And they bowled on the 2025 Carmen Salvino PBA pattern, which is 42 feet, about 2.5 to 1 roughly on the ratio, and 33, almost 33.5 mils of oil. So there's the quick rundown of how we got to where we're at. And this top 18. Again, the qualifying pins carry forward, but if you take a look, I think we've got the scores posted after qualifying already onto Facebook. But I can tell you, if you look at the ticker across the bottom of the screen, with the match play, 30 bonus per match available. Those top 5, they're the only 5 that are plus. So even taking 18th place Chad Nelson, coming in at minus 67, minus 11 is 6th place going into that. So you're talking only 56 pins difference with 30 bonus. That's nothing more than obviously Chad having a 30 pin higher game than whoever it is in 6th place, and they're basically almost swapping places. So there is still a lot of bowling left to be done to try and decide where we're going to end up at. But as it stands, we have got a total of 5 people plus. That would be Brett Lloyd, Thomas Cleveland, Tyler Kurkowski, Brady Stearns, and Bryce Keykal. Okay, I wanted to jump on real quick, kind of let everybody know a little bit of where we're at. And again, kind of how we got to there and what the plan is for the match play. But there's a couple screens I'm going to make look better, so the cameras might jump around just a little bit as I kind of try to dial in and make things look good for the whole match play portion as far as our live stream goes. We got going a little earlier than planned today, where I was able to get some live streaming set up for qualifying. But as always, that means we drop some letters and the screens change their look a little bit when we only have 2 people on a pair for the match play. So I'm going to sign off for a second, go adjust some of these screens, make everything look good, and hopefully we can even get, I think the president is still hanging around here. I'm not sure if we'll have a Corbett sighting. He's at the Twins game. It's his daughter's birthday. Happy birthday. Honestly, I didn't see which daughter it was, so I apologize. I'm not sure which one's birthday. But he took her out to a baseball game, so that was nice. But he said he might swing by after the game is over if he has a chance. So Anyways, hopefully we will have a Corbett sighting maybe later on as well. But I'm going to fix some these screens, and then I'll be back in a bit. All right, everybody. As you can see, the ticker has been updated at the bottom. So we have everything current time through match 1 of match play. So jumping up from second into first, only having 174 as first game, but winning the match, we have Thomas Cleveland, moving him up to 1901. Bryce Keykal moving up into second. He's coming up from fifth. He had 224 in the 30 bonus. That gets him to 1894, so he's about 7 back. Lloyd dropped from first down to third with a 177, so he's at 1878. So he's looking about 23 back at first. Tyler Kurkowski dropped from third to fourth with a 173 and no win. So he's at 1864. And then Brady Stearns went from fourth to fifth with a 166 and also no win, getting him to 1825. Right now, as it stands all the way from bottom to top, 18th place to first place, 227 pins separating last to first. So with 30 bonus on the line each match, quite honestly, a good match or two, and even somebody down in that 16, 17, 18th place can find themselves fighting their way back up into that step ladder, and that's the big thing, right? Getting into that next step. 1825 currently is that number, and that is Brady Stearns. So the difference between fifth and last is only about 149 pins. 151 pins. So, still realistically, anybody's chance to fight and get into that top 5 step ladder. Again, we did have a re-oil, and I think the scores would probably show that pretty well. Nobody really got off to a super hot start this morning on the fresh. After a few games and a little of them cracking open a bit, then we started seeing more of the 220s, 230s, that kind of thing. Outside of Brett Lloyd, he had a good look right away at 2-0, 210, 230, 220. He actually had one game under 200 throughout the 8 games of qualifying, and that was a 194. Thomas Cleveland also right behind him in qualifying only had 3 games that were under 200 out of the 8, and all 3 of those were in the 190s as well. So outside of that, though, nobody really got super lined up until they were into about games 2, game 3. And this re-oil, I think typically the re-oil makes them a little bit harder anyways. And it is a little bit of what you like to see. If you like the fresh, then you look forward to the re-oil. If you liked them after they got a little dirty, so to speak, and they had some play on them, then you're kind of waiting for these to get broke down a little bit if you've made the match play. But either way, I typically think you see the scores go down just a little bit with the re-oils, as the pattern shows itself a little more true than what it did in the morning session or the qualifying. So anyways, I do think that usually the re-oil tends to make them a little tighter, a little tougher, and the scores drop a little bit. Currently, we have 224, 212, and 204 as the high games after the re-oil for that first game of match play. So I think that kind of shows it as well. Right in front of us here, we got Brady Stearns. He was bowling Zach Andresen, so obviously you can see by the score, Zach had a great game. Just a couple of spares in the middle, or late middle. Brady's got a bunch of red dauber marks from bingo on the scorecard up there for him in frames 4, 5, 6. 3 splits. Did not serve his score very well. See him give the little fist pump or hand raise there after that last strike. That was his first double of the match. So this will be Zach's match and 30 bonus to go with it. He's going to go up 97 pins. So there's one of those examples of Zach sitting in about 13th place right now. But he's going to jump up about 100 pins, which honestly was probably going to put him into that top 5 into the step ladder as it stands. All right, we see Brady got the third one in a row. Let's see if he can finish this out, at least get him to 180. There it is. All right. So he's still going to go back 20, but big four-bagger at the end to salvage that for him. But, of course, Zach, like I said, going up what's going to be 97 pins. Looking at everything around, that I believe, like I said, will put him into the top 5 at this point. 192. Brett Lloyd just left at 10 pins, so he's going to end up losing that match against Ullman because he can max out 185. Looks like Jones and Clements. We had 168, 155. There's a 212 down on lane 1. That was the Kaufman-Hogan match, one of those two. But, yeah, that's outside of this 267. I don't see another 200 other than lane 1 and 2 down there. So Zach is definitely, I think, going to jump himself into the top 5 with that big game. Looks like most of the matches are getting ready to finish up here. I got to run and grab some scores and help calculate quick. And then I will be back on the mic, kind of give an update as to how we're sitting after match 2. This is just going to be a real quick jump in here and let everyone know kind of how we look after the second game. We got the ticker running across the bottom. That'll show you the totals, but we'll run through it quick. Thomas Cleveland, he kept himself in that first place position. Nice little 236 game and 30 bonus to go with it. So he's at 2167. He's got about a 29 pin lead over Bryce Keykal. Also had another good game at 214, also with a win there, so another 30 bonus, very helpful. Brett Lloyd maintained third, shot 185, no bonus. He had a loss there, so he's just kind of hovering right there in third. Zach Andresen did move up as we had figured with that 267 game and the bonus with it, all the way up to fourth, 2061, and is about 106 pins behind first, but is about 30 plus pins inside of the cut line now. So that was a big jump. I don't have the sheet in front of me, but I believe he was somewhere down around like 8th or 9th and made that large of a jump. So Ryan Kaufman right now, a nice little 212 for him and the 30 bonus that got him into the top 5, and that rounds out where we stand right now at 2033 into the top 5. Below that, Jace Goodell, Kurkowski, Clemens, and Brady Stearns are all above 2,000. So only less than 30 pins behind that 5th spot. From there, we've got Jenna Williams, Matafee, and Ullman, all just another 28 at tops back from that. So there's still a lot of jockeying for position going on and to be had. Position round looks like it could shape up to be something fun to watch as well. And, of course, with this format, luck of the draw, kind of who you bowl and when you bowl them can definitely make a difference. And so we'll kind of see how that goes through the rest of the match play portion here, too. They are almost done, everybody, with Game 3, so the moves should be done, and I'm going to have to run and help grab some scores. But that is kind of where we're at through match 2. So the top 5 right now, Cleveland, Keykal, Lloyd, Andresen, and Kaufman, all inside the number at the moment. All right, Crack Staff is grabbing the scores and getting those tabulated, so I had a couple of quick seconds to jump back on here. But these are a couple of great matches on the TV pairs. That's really kind of why I wanted to get on the mic and just point out, if people don't realize from the ticker at the bottom. And Nola, sorry, I just saw your comments. I just flipped into Facebook. You're asking about 20 minutes ago, 2 or 3. What I will tell you right now is they are just in the beginning stages of Game 4 here, or Match 4 of match play. That's where we're at currently. Anyways, so taking a look at what you've got in front of you here, right now, lanes 3 and 4, we have got your number 1 and number 2 seeds currently, Bryce, Keykal, and Thomas Cleveland going at it. You've got a 29-pin difference between the two of them. And so this is definitely a fun match to watch, and I'm sure is going to have some stepladder implications as we go through it. And then on 5 and 6, you have got Jenna Williams and Brett Lloyd. Brett currently in 3rd. Hasn't won a match yet in match play. Has kind of gone backwards just a little bit each game. 177, 185. And Jenna has been just kind of slowly inching her way up the standings and is undefeated at the moment, winning her first 3 matches. So the 90 bonus is a big help there. So I don't have the current updated standings after Game 3 yet. But when I've got those, we'll update everyone on the current standings, obviously. But I would believe that Jenna Williams has probably made her way. She was in 10th after Game 2. I'm sure she's probably in the top 8 at this point. So, anyways, on 3 and 4, you've got 1st and 2nd seeds currently. On 5 and 6, you have the 3rd seed as well, but also going against somebody that's undefeated coming into this match. And the 3rd seed has yet to win a match. So some interesting stuff coming up for you. I'll be back in a little bit, and I'll have the standings after 3, and we'll see how these matches are going. All right, so I know we have it updated on Facebook after 2 matches. And I have updated the ticker at the bottom of the screen. We are good after match 3. And I was mistaken. Brett Lloyd did win a match in match 3. It was the first 2 that he had lost. But he had a nice 249 in game 3, along with the 30 bonus there, giving him 79. So he jumped up from where he was in 3rd into 2nd place. And I was correct. Jenna Williams, with winning the 3 matches in a row, made a big jump up. 190, 201, 190, but with the 3 wins each, 30 bonus each game, that 90 bonus, she's 22-20. She's only 28 outside of the top 5 right now. So about halfway through the match play portion, we have 2 more matches to go, and then a position round after that, and then we will determine our top 5 and go into a step ladder from there. So as we are seated right now, number 1 is still Thomas Cleveland, 2387. 2 is Brett Lloyd, as we said, 249 and winning. Jumped him back into 2nd place at 2342, so he's 45 back. Zach Andresen with another big game, 234 and a 30 bonus, gets him to 2325. So he's 62 back. Bryce Keykal, a little bit of a stumble there, 164 and a loss, so no bonus. 2302, 85 back of 1st. And Ryan Kaufman, 185 his last game, game 3 there. But he did win. 30 bonus helps him up to 2248. So he is sitting about 139 back of 1st. Rounding out the rest of them, we have got Jenna Williams, 2210, Nick Hogan, or 2220, Nick Hogan, 2210. Clements, 2199, Kurkowski, 2196, Goodell, 2195, Ullman, 2183, Stearns, 2175, Nelson, 2152, Edwards, 2147, Matafee, 2144, Jones, 2115, Kish, 2104, and Atundu making his first step ladder or match play appearance at 1983. He is also up currently on lane number 8 on the TV pair. So again, we got 2 more matches to go. A lot is really going to depend upon who is bowling who. This match on 3 and 4, not as high scoring as you probably would think. Between what was at the time of the standing sheet, I had number 1 and number 2. That is now actually number 1 and number 4. Thomas is still leading, but Bryce has dropped down to 4th. Although Bryce does have the advantage in this match. And then the other match that was on 5 and 6 that you were watching, that was Brett Lloyd, who, yes, did move into 2nd place. And then Jenna Williams, who, as mentioned, jumped all the way up to 6th after the 3 victories. So, and this one looks like, I believe Brett's getting up on the left lane. He is indeed. So that would be Jenna leading by 10. Brett is working on a strike here in the 7th as he is going to get ready to step up in the 8th. See Bryce with a split there. Let's see, math-wise, 172. He's got to beat out of Thomas, so he's got that. So that's going to be big for Bryce in the way of getting the bonus. He's going to be able to keep himself probably in that top 4 with the bonus because he'll go up about 10 or so. Thomas is going to go back about 28. So a little bit of this is going to depend upon how the Brett Lloyd Jenna Williams match pans out. Brett did get a double there in the 8th. Yeah, so this match is over there, 181 to 172 for Bryce. So Bryce is going to go an 11 pin swing plus out of that match after he gets his bonus added. So here's the other one. Again, this would be currently 2nd seed Brett Lloyd, 6th seed Jenna Williams. Eight count. Well, that's so Brett's got the advantage here as we head into the 9th and 10th. This will be all up to him to decide if he can keep striking. At this point now, there isn't anything that Jenna would be able to do to stop that, and he'd have himself a decent game. Let's see, he can max at 38, 238, and 30 bonus. So 60 would be beneficial on the other side if anything happens with his game as he comes down the stretch. With that spare, 226 is the most Jenna could get, and 30 bonus, she would be plus 56, which would, with the change in Thomas and in then if Brett would have an issue, allowing her to get that, should be into the top 5. Otherwise, important for her at this point if she can't do anything to put the pressure on and Brett can finish it out. Just try and stay clean, keep herself right around that 6-7 spot and not drop too far out. And like we mentioned a couple times, a lot of this is going to be, who you still have left in front of you in the luck of the draw. It's really only 5 matches, so the randomness of it is going to be your first 5 matches, and from there, you've got the position round that takes place. That is obviously going to be who is basically right next to you in the standings at your bowling. So the random 5 is just coming to an end. This was match 4 that we're watching here, and so there's really only one more of the randomness, and then we'll be in a position round. Brett, pretty lined up there with urethane. That was a real solid shot. So he's going to be in the 170s in the 8th no matter what. But that strike in the 9th for Jenna did put a little pressure. He is going to still have to show up in the 10th to have the shot at shutting her out. Wonderful shot. He needed that one, so he's going to have 48-78. He's going to be in the 2-0s. So he's going to need really good count here. If my KMS math is doing okay. Oh, that looked wide, but he got some. I think that. Where do we stand here? It does, yeah. So we do have the chance for a tie. That was, yeah. He needed 9 to shut out that possibility. So. And actually, he's got to pick this up, or Jenna can step up with the chance to win this match. So, You got both of them, so it is all up to her. We got 226 for Brett Lloyd. A chance here for Jenna to stand up. In the 10th, all three of them, and we've got a tie game. Case of a tie, that would be 15 bonus to each person. I'm going to flip that back so we can watch the ending of this here. Sorry about the unfortunate timing popping over right at that shot, but you did see it just left of the Parrots flip two. She did get that first one in the 10th, so she is still alive with a chance to make this a tie match here, 15 apiece. Yeah, that one looked like she got that a little wide. It shows in the result. Just going to come up a little shy. So Brett will get that match. He'll get 30 bonus. That's going to give him 56 going the right way. And with the drop of Thomas Cleveland, that should put Brett back into the number one seed. But that is without me knowing what Zach Andresen had for his match in our game in match 4. So that still could be the wild card. Zach has definitely been on a bit of a stretch here. He's gone 267, 234 his 2 games prior to his game 4. But Brett also has gone 249 in game 3 and then 226 in game 4. So I'm going to try and get some results and get all that taken care of. And we should have Game 4 posted after we get those results tabulated on Facebook as well for you guys to look through. And I'll be back in a little bit with some updated info. All right, we are back with some standings here through game number 4 of match play. They are currently in game 5. After this, we will take a little bit of a break while I tabulate the position round standings and make sure they're not going back onto lanes that they maybe just bowled on. All of the fun housekeeping that goes into getting the position round set up. So there will be enough time for you to run to the restroom, grab a cold beverage, whatever you wish, before we get into position round after this current match concludes. You can see in front of you, you got Zach Andresen right now on a pretty good game. He had the front 5. Had a bit of a hiccup there, and then a 9-count spare. And we see him a trip a 4-pin there. Keeps alive potential max 255, which would be a big game considering that he is currently in second place by 21 pins. So Brett Lloyd with that 226 that we saw on camera, just enough to get past Jenna Williams, and that brought him with bonus to 25.98. He is your current leader as we are in this 5th match. Then Andresen, as we mentioned, followed by Thomas Cleveland, who had been the first place. Unfortunate 174. We had that match in front of us, him and Thomas Cleveland, and him and Bryce Keykal, and Thomas with the loss. No bonus is at 25.61 in third. Bryce with the 30 bonus was able to nuzzle up right behind him at 25.13. That is still a 48 pin difference there. And rounding out the top 5, we have Ryan Kaufman at 24.39. Breathing down his neck, Dave Ullman and Jenna Williams both at 24.32, tied for 6th. And Nick Hogan, Brady Stearns at 24.27, tied for 8th. And Rob Clements at 24.25 in 10th. Matt Edwards at 24.15 in 11th. So 6th through 11th place, all within no more than 24 pins of 5th place. So this position round is definitely going to be a fun one to watch. Top 4 not completely set in stone, but they're in pretty good shape. They're all in the 2500s at least, with a 80 pin drop down from 4th to 5th. But that 24.39 to 24.32 to 24.27 to 25 to 15. That's a tight grouping there, all with the chance easily for that 5th spot. So definitely come back for the position round if you choose to go grab a beverage or anything like that, because it looks like it should be a really fun one to watch. And we have Bryce Keykal there. You see him just to the right of screen. Oh, and he trips a 2-pin for the last strike to get to 221 there against Chad. That shuts Chad out. He's got a max of 166 here. So I'm not even going to bump over that. We know Bryce has that win, but that's a huge, huge win for Bryce, getting the 30 bonus to add on to that 21. 51 in the right direction for him that game is going to keep him, I'm quite sure, within the step ladder, if not even advancing up maybe a spot or 2. I'm going to say that will advance him up at least a spot. Thomas Cleveland is going to max at 164. He did get that spare. He's off camera a little bit. He did get the spare, so he's going to, the 164 max is still alive for him. He's 144 with a spare in the 10th. But he's bowling Dave Ullman, who's 142 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. So even if he gets to 164, which he doesn't, he gets to 162. Dave just needs to mark to win. Oh, no, I take that all back. Kirkhoven math striking with that spare already. Oh, we'll talk about that, yeah.
I had one pair that I didn't follow fucking nuts on. I had 220. And then I go to my very next pair and I almost get 3 off the fucking right.
We did have a bowler just walk by. Made a mention of, I'm sure a lot of bowlers out there have seen the post that was made, the poll that was taken on ban urethane. So we could certainly have some discussions. If anybody wants to chime in, we can talk about it while the step ladder is going on. That's for sure. This bowler did mention that he only hit one pair that he didn't follow somebody throwing urethane and had his best game of qualifying out of it. So there is something to be said, right? Worthy of a discussion, but I really don't believe it's ever going to happen. But again, if anybody wants to talk about it, we are going to be minus a Corbett for the broadcast today. I did mention earlier his daughter had a birthday today, and he took her to the Twins game, and they are having a good time. I did see the CBA president hanging around here. I thought he might jump on the mic, but I think he might have actually taken off, so I'll take it solo. But that also means if anybody has anything they want to discuss, we can certainly open it up a little bit. And if you want to discuss a urethane ban, well, that'll just be part of the topics then. 179 is what Ullman got to. So, yeah, Thomas Cleveland, 162 and a loss there is definitely going to go backwards. So Bryce Keykal with his 220 and a win is going to definitely get ahead of Thomas at least. From there, I'm not sure other than, again, Dave Ullman was sitting only 7 out of the step ladder top 5 going into that game. Only at a 179 but 1, so he is at least going to go plus 9 on that. But I'm going to actually mute the mic, and I'm going to go see where we're at with collecting the scores and getting the position round figured out, the lanes figured out properly, all of that. So it might be a minute before I'm back on. But definitely come back and stay tuned for the position round as, again, those first 4 bowlers, they look pretty solid and set mostly in place. But that 5th position is really going to be up for grabs between, depending on how Game 5 went, could be between about 5-6 bowlers. So stay tuned. Okay. The ticker is updated at the bottom. And where we stand as we are headed into position round here. Zach Andresen with a big 255 and a win. Jumps into the lead. Number 1 seed heading into position round at 28.72. Brett Lloyd, 199 and a loss. That got him to 27.97, so he's 75 back. So he will have to beat Zach by 46 in their match in order to be able to jump in front of Zach in any way, shape, or form. 3rd seed Bryce Keykal at 27.64. He had that 221 over Nelson in the 30 win. Jumped him up into 3rd from 4th. And then Thomas Cleveland, we saw his match against Dave Ullman. Thomas had the 162 and a loss, so that dropped him. Basically, Brett and Zach flip-flop 1st and 2nd, and Thomas and Bryce flip-flop 3rd and 4th. But as we kind of mentioned, heading into that match 4, it really kind of looked like the top 4 was kind of going to stay fairly put, and we were going to see how the rest was going to shake out. So we did end up Jenna Williams jumping into the top 5 in 5th. She had a 224 her last game, 30 bonus, got her to 26.86. So she is only 37 outside of 4th place. She is bowling Ryan Kaufman, who got to 26.82, so he's only back 4 pins from Jenna. So his eye is definitely going to be on making sure he can beat the match in front of him by at least 5 pins. And if everything stays status quo, he would find himself into that stepladder again. 7th, we got Rob Clements, 26.71. So he's only 11th back of 6th place and only 15 back of 5th. 8th place, Nick Hogan, had 206 his last game and a win. So that got him to 26.63. He's only 23 back of 5th place. 9th place, Dave Ullman. He's the one that we saw with the Cleveland match, and he only got to 179, but he did get the win, which was a big deal. So that got him to 26.41. He is 45 outside of the stepladder as it stands. So that ends up being... Oh, no, we got Matt Edwards at 26.31. So he's 55. And Brady Stearns at 26.16. So he's about 81 outside of. So we're all the way back to 11th place. That is within the potential of a good game and bonus, and the 5th place not having a good game and them finding their way in. So this will be interesting to see how the position round plays out as we come down the stretch. And so far, looking around, we don't have a whole lot going on either. The match on 3 and 4, Williams and Kaufman. That's just a whole bunch of fills. We have the Ullman-Edwards match. We got a split by each bowler. We got a strike by each bowler. We got a spare by each bowler. Pretty much straight up even. The Hogan-Clements match. It's about to be within 10 pins. It looks like Nick opened the fourth. He's the 65 in the fourth there, but Rob not really being able to capitalize on much of anything, just staying clean. Could get himself about 8-9 pin in lead here with a spare. Going down, there is really nothing much happening all the way down the row. Actually, scores look quite low. Brady Stearns looks like front three, but then a split, 7-count 2. And he is on that outside where he's going to probably need like a 250 with a wind to get him like 80 the right way, and then a little help from somebody up above going the wrong way. Really good shot by Clem there. Rip 10, really good ball. Yeah, even our leaders way up on the high side there really don't appear to have much of anything going. Oh, I take that back. Either Lloyd or Andresen, one of those two has got 3 or 4 bagger up on what's probably about 13, 14, 15, 16, somewhere up in there. But otherwise, early on in the matches, there's not a lot of anything going on. Looks like Brady did find a way to a double after that open, so he does have out of 6 frames, 5 strikes. And then he's got a little red bingo dauber for a split in the fourth. Well, it doesn't look like anybody really had any thoughts on the urethane controversy, the USBC poll that came out recently. Trying to find out everybody's stance on whether they should ban urethane or what they shouldn't do. So I guess if nobody really wanted to have a discussion on it, I'll talk about it anyways. I don't believe that we're going to see anything like that happen. I don't know how you could reel it back. I guess in my eyes as well, urethane has never been off the market, so it's not like this is something new. As far as the USBC is concerned, that 1982 black angle that you have, or 84 black angle, whatever year that might have been, you could still be throwing that. So I don't know how. I mean, this. I understand today's urethane's more amped up, and we do understand that they get softer over time, but I could see some regulation behind it, maybe. But I think an overall ban of it is probably not something we're going to see them do, and probably for a couple different reasons. I think the manufacturers would have a pretty big say in that, for one thing. But overall, I guess, do I like having to combat some of the things urethane does to the lanes? No. And especially at my age and ability. Trying to battle, urethane having gone down the lane and them getting really wiggly and tough to read is a difficult thing for me to personally navigate. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong for somebody else to be able to use. utilize. And if they're able to score with it, then somebody's finding a way to score. And that is the overall basis of the game, is knock 10 down. Anyways, I personal belief, I don't think we're ever going to see that it gets banned in any way, shape, or form. I could see the USBC trying to regulate it in some fashion, similar to what the PBA is doing, make it only so many years old to be able to be used, so it can't get that soft, things like that. But anyways, there's my take on it. We do have Matt Edwards making a little bit of a run here in front of us, too. The camera should be switching over to them shortly, but if it doesn't, I will switch it over when he gets up. Unfortunately, Dave Ullman isn't really giving him much of a battle. But Edwards has got a 5-bagger after having a spare and then a split in the second. And he was at 26-31, so he was 55 basically behind getting himself into the latter number heading into this game. Ryan Kaufman there with a really good strike on 4. So he's 106 in the 6, 93-03-13. Jenna Williams is going to have 17-16 pin lead on Ryan, as she's got a double up in the 6th and the 7th there in that match. So still at this point, she's holding on to a 7-8 pin lead. That could be more, depending on what Ryan does, but probably more of the story right here. Matt Edwards. And the old announcer kiss of death. We turn the camera over to him, and there's a 9 count. But that puts him at about 220 pace. $30 bonus would get him 50 going the other way. Kaufman opens the 8th. It's going to give him a 192 max. So a lot's going to ride on what Williams does here. If she finds a way to punch this out or even close to it, I can't see anything in front of me that's going to catch her. Edwards will have a good game. He did get the spare. Well, she's going to have a hiccup there, though. So that's a 210. You can see that on lane 4, just left of Matt. So that could put her back under the 200 pace. Matt with some interesting footwork, and man, everything's blowing up coming down the stretch for some of the people that are really close to that line. Looking down, Brady had a single pin whiff after he had that double after that open. And so he's going to be looking at like a 2-teen maybe. That's going to end up not probably being enough. Yeah. Unless there's something that I can't see way up on top where the top 4 are bowling, and that would mean like one of them having just a horrendous game to be dropping them out of contention. It really looks to me like I think the top 4 are going to stay place, and it's probably going to kind of depend on what Jenna can complete here, which we just saw her throw a runaway Brooklyn, but that's going to be nice for the score. Speaking of Brooklyns, we see Dave Ullman use one to get a double there, so he can still get to 199. Matt Edwards probably has this game locked up, barring anything really bad in the 10th happening to him, though. So there's really probably not going to be much movement done out of them, and then that means Brady was right below them, so that's nothing. Hogan has got 158, 188 max, and that's probably going to be a loss against Clemens, but only to the point where Clem can max at 191. So they're not going anywhere, and that brings us to Kaufman and Williams. So I kind of think if 49, 79, 209. Yeah, well, so it's 209 for Williams max and 192 max for Kaufman. And it's only a 4-pin difference. So I think you're going to see it be one of these two. That was a big double for Ryan right there. Yeah, it's going to take Ullman out of it. Again, Edwards is going to max at about 222 is his max. I'm going to actually bump that down to here, as I think this is probably the match that has the implications on how the stepladder kind of shakes out. Oh, little footwork issue. Oh, he got to get back to the hole, though. So just some good count here. He's going to get himself into the 190s. That puts the pressure on Williams for sure. All right, count's going to be big here for him.
With 2 opens once I grab the freaking crutch out. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner.
Better over the hill shot. Yeah, good ball. So we got 192. Good finish for Ryan there. So she has got to have the first one here. Well, that's going to give Ryan the match. He's going to have more than enough as well. obviously with the bonus to get past her into the step ladder. Now it's just going to be how the rest of it shook out for the top four. And if there's anything that wasn't really in my eyesight of those that were down below in like the 7 through 11 kind of range, let's say. Had the chance, couldn't quite get her done, so that's going to be Kaufman, 192 to 177. And again, that with the bonus will be enough to nudge him past Williams. Not sure that, but I believe that's going to put Kaufman in the step ladder. I'm going to mute the mic here for a little bit, and we'll be back with the step ladder finals and how all of the position rounds shook up in a little bit. All right, sorry it took me a minute to get on the mic. I'm sure most of you didn't mind the silence instead of my voice anyways. But here we are. We are in the first match of the stepladder finals. We have the number 5 seed, Ryan Kaufman, against the number 4 seed, Thomas Cleveland. All the bonus aside, all the other pins aside, this is all just win or go home. Number 3 seed Bryce Keykal, number 2 seed Brett Lloyd, and number 1 seed Zach Andresen. As we watch Thomas cross over for a double, those are the 3 that are waiting in order for the winner of this match. Wow. Well, I had a few things I had to attend to right away. I wasn't able to see the first shot, but shots 2 and 3 were quite impressive. Well, for Ryan now, you got to put what you've seen kind of behind you. You got an open that you're working on. Put that behind you as well. Just try and make a real quality, and that was a real quality shot. Pick up anything that's left behind and move on to the next one, and hope that some of those breaks start to go your way as well. Rocky, I'm quite sure that's exactly how he shoots 300 every week. I think we've all seen him bowl enough to know that's the only way. He continues to shoot 300 and 800 every time you turn around, but yeah. It's just not fair. Now that you bring it up, Rocky, you know what? It's not fair. No thumb, throwing urethane, shooting 300 at will every single week, and then it's carry like that. I don't have an answer. I just wanted to vent for a second. Thanks for bringing it up, Rocky. All right, Ryan got the spare. Oh, that's a little wide. Oh. So I was fairly busy running a lot of the scores around and different things like that, so I couldn't jump on the mic, even though we got some stuff hooked up kind of earlier than normal today. But I did see a fair amount of that where you got some really good peel off the gutter on some shots that I thought looked a little outside, both left and right. It wasn't dominant to one side or the other, but that was some recovery that I wasn't necessarily expecting to see. Pretty end over end at that. Yeah. Pretty easy work of it. All right, well, let's see what's in store for us now. Well, went to the well one too many times. A little 5'9". Obviously, he's not very comfortable. I mean, I guess I'd have to say on either lane, this is the second time he's been left side of the head pin on his first shot on the right lane. Well, that looked in a little. All right. Well, he definitely looked comfortable on that one. So that's the lane where he didn't quite get to the head pin fully and kind of had everything light tumble for him. But that one, dead flush, definitely looks like he made a move, I believe, a little left, little in. And I think that's a good look. So if he was comfortable with that shot, looks like he's got the left lane in a good position, but that right lane, that's still very questionable. There's the comeback you need. That's a great shot. He threw a good shot on the last frame on that right lane as well. Just kind of left that dead 10, but that was really good move off that dead 10, or at least a better shot. And that's all you can do if you're in Ryan's shoes right now. Your opponent's gotten away with a few things. You got to put all that behind you and just continue to do what's right in front of you, one shot at a time, one good shot after another. All right, 2-pin, easy spare at least. There you go. All right, good cover. All right, let's see if Thomas can figure out what he has going on here on that right lane that's causing him the issues. All right, so he definitely is confused on that right lane because that's it's been a carried Brooklyn, it's been a 5-9 on a Brooklyn, and now we've got a 3-6 on a through the face. Two, all right. All right, so we'll see if that was, something that he felt comfortable with on lane 5 here when he went, dead flush. All right, yeah. So he's got an area where he feels, and he looks very firm on that left lane, but he's got an area where he kind of feels like he can throw it too. Know he can be firm, but know he's going to get recovery to it, and he is. He's comfortable on that left lane now. That right lane is still going to be a question mark. Ryan's going to have to continue to throw good shots just like he did last time on 6 here. This one never had a chance to read it. All right, good spare. Still has to stay clean. Let's be honest. The time is running. It's starting to run out. He's going to have to find a way to strike, and he's already. Staying clean has been good, but he's already going to need a little help from his opponent. All right, sorry, I had to take care of a little admin work there, and I am the only one on the mic today. So we got Kaufman at 170. And Thomas Cleveland is going to be in softball more than that, so he definitely will be advancing to face Bryce Keykal. Those guys will be on 3 and 4. Bryce will get the choice of starting or finishing the match first, and that's another Brooklyn. I think Thomas is going to be plenty happy to get off this pair. And hopefully, if he comes back to it, he's going to have a little different game plan or some different thoughts on what he might want to do differently. But a score that probably looks better than the actual game itself, 257. Thomas Cleveland advances over Ryan Kaufman's 170 to face Bryce Keykal. Switch the camera over here, and we go. They're going to get 2 shots on each, and then Bryce will get the choice. And I'll be back as soon as the match is ready to start. All right, Bryce being the higher seed has elected to have Thomas go ahead and start the match. And another shot where just can't seem to get it to the right of the head pin enough. All right, solid spare conversion. All right, first shot, Bryce Keykal underway. Oh. Ouch. All right, rough break there. I didn't get a chance to see any of the practice shots, so I'm not sure if that was errant. Smart move, taking the 2 that he can get. Either way, if you're going to have that open, like they say, that's the spot for it. So try and regroup from here and make a better shot. And that's exactly what he did. Really well executed, great shot. If that was good for him, that was comfortable for him. He's going to have a good look through the rest of this match, at least on that left lane, and hopefully that right lane was just an errant shot on his part. All right, 10 pin here for Thomas. 7 pin here for Thomas. Should be an easy conversion. And it is. Oh, no. Not sure if he just gave that a little too much room. It looked like speed was good, but that never read the lane at all. It's to the inside. Oh. And he throws a really good shot at the split conversion attempt. Sends the head pin up around the 10. That's just a bad break. That's a good shot at the spare, but nonetheless, open frame for Thomas here. All right, let's see what Bryce does here on this right-hand lane. This is where he split on the first frame. Footwork suspect, but very good direction. Yeah, I'm gonna say he just got a little pulsies on the first frame, but that was even with the footwork kind of coming out from under him. That was really good direction, really good shot. Yeah, really good balance, really good shot. Might have been a little firm with it. He did kind of come out of it just a bit, and that would make it just not quite shape up quite as good. So kind of a rip 10. Good shot, though. Easy spare here for him, or should be. Yeah, there we go. Well, the double was kind of the big part of it, because that does give you the early lead. So coming back from that quick open and doubling, of course, you'd like to have that 3-bagger up there and have carried that 10 pin. But 58 in the third for Bryce, so that's 14 pins as it stands over Thomas. Best Thomas could do would be knock that down by about 10 with a double here, but whew. Well, that was a really good shot. Leaves the 8 pin. It definitely shows he can find the pocket on this pair too. Not everything is going to have to be on the left side of the head pin or a washout, but good spare, tough break. Yeah, that did not look much different than the one right before it. I'm not sure if that's just a move in, and he's gotten to a point where there's just nothing to read. There you go. Well, he sends the washout up around the 10 pin, but he finds a way to throw the head pin into the super washout, pick it all up. Yeah, stay right. Yeah, all right. I think he knew he got that in just a bit. You could see him kind of giving it the stay right sign. And it listened well. All right, Bryce has got 78 there in the fourth. So Thomas wasn't able to really gain any ground there when Bryce left that 10 pin. Just a couple of spares for himself after that. So we've got 19 pins. Yeah, that was a really good shot. A little bit softer than the last one that left that 10 pin. It faced up a little better. And he looks really good. If he can get comfortable here, which it looks like he is, these last 4 shots have been really, really solid shots. It depends on how he's able to navigate 5 and 6 when he would get there. But he's going to look tough to beat. Man, and he goes from 8 pin to a 4-9. Tough break, really good shot. And I can only get the one. We're going to see a ball change here. going to go to something different, try something different, and absolutely has to. He's down by a chunk. This lane has looked brutal for him so far. So there's a lot more direct. Double bump. Just 9 pin. You could see that was quite a move right. I don't know the lineup that well, but that obviously was something. I think they like to call their things microcell polymers, and it's probably one of those urethane-like balls because he was able to get himself quite a bit more right and squared up. Which definitely was a better look after, not being able to get the ball to read the lane at all 2 frames prior. Finally off work. For how many days, Carl? Yeah, great shot, Bryce. He is looking comfortable, and he's got a really good look. Just stay loose, continue to take his time. Don't get rushed on anything. All right. Yeah, really good shot. If you are going to play the game with urethane, then you also kind of have to know that time to time your carry percentage is just going to go down a little bit. Little of the nature of the beast there. And it doesn't have to go down, but if your rev rate and speed get a little not quite matched up perfectly, it's going to be hard to get it to go through the pins in a perfect way. Yeah, that ball, I guess I'm not sure. I mean, he hasn't had a strike this game. That's the lane that he left the 8 pin on. That's just frustration there. Yeah, left that 8 pin on. I didn't really see if he moved much, but, then he 4-9s after it on that lane. So it's not like the lane's been friendly. Yeah, and you wonder maybe if he could have taken yellow ball, whatever that happens to be, and been able to get a little right, be a little more square direct, not have to give it away quite as much, and been able to find a better look on the right lane too. But nonetheless, shutouts averted in the 9th inning, and Thomas finds his way to his first strike of the match. Bryce has got this one pretty much all under control here. Not his best shot, but at this point in the game, it doesn't have to be, other than you just don't want to start to get lazy or take anything for granted. You still want to go through all the motions in the right way and make sure that you still are focused. You can't let focus get away just because you got the match in hand. There you go, good spare. Took his time, made sure he had that ran down the right way. So Bryce will move on to lanes 5 and 6. We'll see how he navigates that pair, but he will move on to face Brett Lloyd, our number 2 seed, bowling in his first ever CBA tournament. I think if anything, Bryce just maybe getting a little quick on some of these shots where it's just not quite reading it the right way. Even a few that he's kind of, stepped out of thinking he threw a really good shot, maybe ready to give the little fist bump to or anything. Even those, I think, maybe just a titch firm to get it to read the right way. Good spare, but we'll see what this pair coming up has to offer him. Again, he'll have a little different look as he goes to 5 and 6. And then we'll see the winner of this upcoming match will meet the number 1 seed, Zach Andresen. Zach looking to, good carry there late. Nice little messenger. Zach looking to become back-to-back champion here. I guess this is one of those times where I miss having Corby in the booth. He'd be able to tell you who the last back-to-back champion was, but it seems to me like it's been a while since we've had somebody win the back-to-backs. So, anyways, Zach will be attempting to accomplish that feat here in the championship match coming up 1 match from now. But we have got 213 Bryce Keykal, 141 Thomas Cleveland. Moving Bryce over to meet Brett Lloyd. Thank you. We're gonna get them moved over to the next pair. I'll let them know 2 on each, and we'll be back in a second. All right. We have Bryce getting the scores taken off for us. And Brett helping too, so we should get this cleared off quick. They've had their 2 shots on each. We had to take a quick picture of the top 5 step ladder. We got that taken care of. And Brett, being the higher seed, is going to have the choice start or finish the match first. He has chosen to start the match first. All right, just a couple minutes here, and they'll get through this. Actually, I had a couple admin things to take care of quick. So they will get this started in just a couple seconds. Again, Brett will be starting the match first. Carl, I am not. Although not bowling necessarily, but going to Cherry Lanes doesn't sound all that bad. But nope, my youngest daughter and CBA employee, Allie, is having her baby shower on Sundays, so I am definitely committed to a weekend of work. Some fun. And a lot of setup and helping out and that kind of stuff. But unfortunately not able to go. All right, we can see basically even after 2. And Brett there with that 7-count spare in the third. So Bryce with a chance to take the first lead in the match. And he does just that. Nice double. Bryce finished qualifying in 5th, so when you're taking the top 18, never really seemed too far out of it or too concerned about not being able to get there. Absolutely. Thanks for bowling, guys. Appreciate you guys. Yep. Thank you. Oh. Well, got to make sure we get the 1 here. Oh. All right, well, let's hope we don't have that come back to haunt us anywhere down the row on the count. And then Brett was our high qualifier, so either one of these guys really had too much to worry about throughout the qualifying. Qualifying pins carried over into the match play portion, and so obviously they were in really good positions as well as that goes. And so they hovered within, good carry. And they hovered then within the top 5, each of them, throughout all of the games of the match play and position round.
How do you feel?
Really good.
Yeah. How's business going?
I'm not sure he felt that confident that he had that one, but good spare. Nobody really taking off, running away with it. Bryce kind of looked like he might be able to right away with those strikes in the second and the third, but that 210 and then kind of an errant shot here also in the fifth last frame. Here we go. There's another good shot. Get him back in it. And for Brett, he's in that position, right? I mean, he's got the lead. At this point, you know, if he goes all the way out, there isn't anything that can be done about it. He still can shut out. But we are early, and this isn't really that easy of a condition. So in his mind, he's got to keep plugging away, trying to not give away the pocket, see if he can get fortunate to get 10 to go down, and if not, pick up whatever's left behind. Yeah, and just that, not make those errant shots. Easy to do. Carl, you get the greatest gigs in the world. Ball repping for Brady Stearns ranks up there with like caddying for Scott Scheffler. Oh, that looked in. It was in, but that's not a deadly break. 6-9-10, fairly easy conversion. In what has definitely been just kind of a back and forth match. Brett leads the match in fill percentage. Bryce leads the match in double percentage. Good spare there. All right, it's all going to be who can shine here at the end. Brett is working on a strike. That was a really good kind of clutch shot. That was a big double for him. This next shot right here could put him back in the lead. Strike here will get him 146 in the 7th. He would have the ability to shut Bryce out, but anything less than that along the way, and Bryce can still step back in. Taking a little extra time on this one. Well, that was a really good shot. The extra time was well worth it. It's clear for Bryce what he's going to have to do. He's got to execute each shot here one at a time, nice and easy. But he's going to need all of them to put pressure back onto Brett. There we go. One at a time. Good shot. So you got 221 would be a max score for Bryce right now. And we've got 36. 236 as a max for Brett. Get there, Carey. Yeah, there you go. Big double, big double. Carry it. Oh. Really good shot. It's kind of that flat 10, maybe just a pinch to the right. He's going to get to 210 here with this spare. All right, 209. I looked wide right. That was 210. Where's that math put us? 74, 84. 192. Yeah, he's going to have to pick this up. He kind of goosed that one a little bit. Definitely got it to the right. But, yeah, he is going to need to pick this up, or Bryce will advance to the championship match against Zach Andresen. And he missed all of them, so that will do it. It's 209 to 200. Tough break there for Brett Lloyd. Great tournament. Your leading qualifier, and was definitely in the top 2 for basically all the way through match play. But in the end, that 210 is the costing factor for him. And we have Bryce Keykal moving on, facing Zach Andresen. We'll move it back to 3 and 4 for the title match here. There we go. All right, they're going to get 2 on each. Zach will get the choice, start or finish the match first. So we'll be back in just a minute for the action from the finals. Zach being the higher seed, he chose to have Bryce go ahead and start the match. Bryce started off with a pretty much picture-perfect strike. Zach got up on the right lane, followed suit. We're all squared through one. Kind of fun to have, well, let's call them kids, 2 kids going at it. Same high school and same age range of each other, so kind of cool to see them in the finals here, just a few years removed. Going for a CBA title. Great shot by Zach. They graduate the same year, Mark? 2 years younger? Okay. Yeah, so Zach 2 years younger than Bryce. Well, perfect through 2, all square. Not much more to say. Both players have thrown a couple of excellent shots to get this finals underway. There it is. All right. Early lead, if you will. Well, this is going to be a fun little match if we keep this up. All right, perfect through 3. Both players having extremely good looks on this pair. Yeah, Kurt, it is pretty impressive, and it's funny how it gets to these points too. When it comes down the stretch, a lot of times, right? You haven't seen that many big games all day, but when it really boils down to it, the focus gets dialed in, and they start to strike a bunch. All right. Zach turns around and says, "Bye me."
Thanks for running, sir.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for bowling. It was great seeing you guys.
Thanks for helping
Absolutely.
with my scores.
Hey, thanks for helping remind me how to count.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll definitely
appreciate
come
it.
back.
Thank you guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you bowling. You bet. Yeah, first errant shot there. It kind of reminded me of his first shot in the stepladder. He was on that right lane as well. Just looks like he got it in just a little bit, maybe rushed it a bit at the bottom. But get 2 here. Make sure and get the count. Here we go. Now forget about it, erase it, move on to the next shot. There you go. Well, get past that mistake, make a good shot. Get right back on it. Well, there's kind of an opening coming from both players. Zach should be able to convert this. That'll still give him a bit of a lead over Bryce, but it is going to keep the match a lot closer. Oh, wow. All right. Well, throwing back up at it. There's, we all know he's really good. He's got a lot of different releases. He's got a lot of, but I don't know if that's the play right there. He's the one that makes those decisions and trusts them. But then to miss all of them on a convertible spare. All right, and he does the same thing. Gets right back on it. Makes a great shot, short-term memory on it. But here we are, basically pretty much all square, both players with one little hiccup in their match. Roll it. It's a little shaker 10. Couldn't quite get it to climb the hill the whole way. All right, still though, should be a pretty easy makeable. With both players having an open right now, not a huge advantage either way, so make this pair move on. There we go. And so for Zach, I guess, getting back on this lane, what caused the bad shot, the errant shot? Was it him? Was it a lane? Is he going to make a move? but definitely needs to execute here better than we did in the fifth. Oh, well, he definitely executed better, but flat 10. And we're right back to basically just being a straight-up 10-pin match. Great execution, great shot. All right, Bryce needs a strike here. That'll keep us within that 10 pin. And then it's kind of, I guess, going to be interesting. Let's see how Zach navigates that right lane going down. And quite honestly, Bryce as well on this right lane. Great shot. Great shot. Keeps it within that 10. I kind of also feel, though, like the right lane has kind of looked worse for both players. And by worse, I guess they've made the errant shots, and then when they've recovered, maybe they haven't gotten the breaks on better shots. So the left lane kind of maybe is a little bit easier for both of them, or they see it a little bit better. Get there. Now I was gonna say, but Bryce is gonna have to try to find a way to navigate that right lane in the 10th. But right now we've got to navigate a washout in the 9th, and this is a point where he doesn't have a choice. He's got to go for it. He's got to get all of them. He needs the spare here at this point in the match. All right, there we go. And that's everything. He had to have that at that point. That's from here. It's still kind of in Zach's hands, and he can finish it out. But Bryce needed that spare conversion no matter what, just to be able to make sure he stayed alive in the match. All right, it's all up to Zach at this point. Whole match is in his hands. He can shut it out here, or we can still have a chance for Bryce in the 10th to step up and do something. Well, he did get past that right lane, and again, I think that was the lane that was going to cause him more trouble. So I think that was a big strike for him to get past that right lane. Great shot. And as I had mentioned before, I'd need Corby here. He's not here today, obviously. Nor is anybody. One of those odd days, had to be the mic by myself all day. Sorry I had to be in and out a bunch, but I had to take care of some admin duties as well along the way as we watch Zach finish going through the motions. But this is back-to-back wins for Zach. He won last month, so again, without Corby here, I'm not sure when the last time it was, but it seems to me like it's been a while since we've had back-to-back months of a champion. Always cool to see. Capacity crowd screaming at the top of their lungs. Zach finishes off 242. That will be enough for sure. And again, back-to-back wins for him. Very cool. Bryce with his best CBA showing yet. Fantastic tournament. Just coming up shy, but runner-up is nothing to scoff at. So a great tournament. This is normally where I'd say goodbye to Corby or Matt or anybody else, but I guess I'll just say goodbye to all of you listening out there. Thanks for joining us. And let's see, we have got St. Cloud next month, Southway Bowl. We're going to have to move the date. I know that we conflict on the Fall Classic, the GIBA Fall Classic, where we currently sit, so I believe we're going to be on Saturday the 27th, more than likely, and but I will have that announcement on Facebook. So that is the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decade series. We will have a different format for that event, so please check our Facebook page so that you know when for sure that event is going to be, what format it's going to be, all of the good info. Other than that, congratulations to Zach Andresen. Another title back-to-back months. Congrats to Bryce Keykal on a great runner-up performance. Thank you to Sunray Lanes for hosting us, Robbie Lawrence, and the staff did a fantastic job, and we'll see everybody next month.